We would like to play.
Cryostasis shutdown complete. Vital signs stable. Activating various suit. Suit diagnostic complete. All systems functional. Command interface enabled. Requesting new heading. Course linear. Fighters approaching. Incoming transmission.
Unidentified vessel, please switch to a secure radio frequency and transmit your identity code. We are standing by. Transmission verified. Greetings, Samus. We welcome you on behalf of the Galactic Federation. Proceed to the command ship Olympus. You've been cleared for docking Bay 5. Welcome back, Samus. Calibrate your weapon by shooting these targets.
Calibration complete. Samus, welcome to the flagship Olympus. Admiral Dane is waiting for you in the briefing room. I will upload the location to you now.
Morphology: Federation Marine. Standard GF military personnel. Trained for combat situations. Federation Marines wear advanced suits of powered armor, allowing them to use potent weapons and resist heavy damage in battle. Few can match them in combat. Morphology: Fleet Mechanic. One of many mechanics who maintains and repairs equipment. Fleet mechanics are responsible for maintaining and repairing all Federation equipment. Because of the vast number of devices and vehicles the Federation utilizes, skilled mechanics are highly sought after and often overpaid. Mechanoid: Training drone, used by GF military forces as targets in weapons training. The training drone is used in all branches of the GF military. They are designed to improve hand-eye coordination and accuracy. One popular training exercise is to score as many consecutive hits on a drone as possible. Gambling on shooting contests involving training drones is frowned upon, but fairly popular throughout the GF armed forces. If you get a juggle combo of 20 out here, you get a friend voucher. But since I've already gotten that friend voucher, I can no longer get it again. And the same is true of any friend vouchers I have, so I won't be showing any friend vouchers. I will, however, be showing all the places that you can get additional credits. Hunter class gunship. Entering the ship will allow you to recharge, reload, and save. Based on the previous version, the new Hunter-class gunship is a fusion of Federation and Chozo technology. Designed by Samus Aran, this one-of-a-kind vessel was custom-built at the Federation shipyard of Alias 3. It is equipped with a powerful Chozo biotech computer that can interface with Aran via a command visor unit. The ship contains a mobile energy recharge system, microfactories designed to produce ammunition, and an advanced medical bay. Device: Landing Beacon. These beacons mark locations where your ship can land. Landing beacons will appear only in locations where your ship can land. Automated sensors detect whether hostiles or obstructions are nearby, and the beacons will retract until the area is free of all hazards. When the beacons are extended and blinking, you may use the command visor to summon your ship. Galactic Federation crates have a complex lock system, but are lightly armored. Galactic Federation crates are used to store basic supplies. Because they are lightly armored, the crates are unable to withstand basic weapon fire. Destroy them to uncover their contents. Discover their contents. Heavy Federation crates are very durable and can withstand most impacts. Heavy Galactic Federation crates are often used to store ammunition and energy supplies. These units are made of very durable metals. Only heavy weapons and explosives can destroy them. Galactic Federation door. Weapon fire can disrupt the energy shield and open the door. All Federation doors are designed with a low-level energy shield to prevent accidental activation. Shooting the energy shield will activate and open the door. Blue-colored energy shields may be disrupted by weapon fire of any type. Morphology: male fleet trooper, Federation Navy specialists, untrained for combat situations. Fleet troopers are the backbone of the Navy, often ignored in favor of the gallant Federation Marines. Their work isn't always dangerous and is rarely glamorous. Most are specialists and possess a great deal of knowledge.
The pirate attack.
Morphology: female fleet trooper, Federation Navy specialists untrained for combat situations. Same thing I just read.
This must have the old man nervous. Looks like he's getting ready for a full-scale invasion. No joke.
Mechanism: Halberd-class turret. Automated turret that tracks targets. Quick movement can evade targeting. The GMX-04 Halberd-class turret replaces the dated Growler turret. It is an effective point defense system for most security zones. It is lightly armored, and nimble targets can evade its tracking system.
Last time this many fighters were scrambled was during the Horus Rebellion.
That was some nasty business.
I would give it something worse.
Blast shield lock engaged. It is invulnerable to even the heaviest of weapon fire. Blast shields are invulnerable to all types of weapon fire. Some are engaged when hostiles are detected and will only open once the threat has been eliminated. Others may remain shut and force you to find an alternate route.
Access granted.
Try not to move during the procedure. We need a
I
stable
understand the procedure.
Hunter Gore, capable of merging cybernetic body into larger mechanisms. Gore is a cybernetic bounty hunter, capable of merging his body into larger mechanisms. The most common of these is his armor suit, which doubles as a gunship and provides him with a formidable combat arsenal. The mergers are often accompanied by a shift in personality, replacing his normally calm demeanor with an aggressive attitude. He demonstrates a high proficiency with all things mechanical and is often called upon for missions requiring computer infiltration or manipulation.
Subject is cleared for the command bridge.
You may proceed.
Of course.
Maintenance crew to sanitation.
You'll need to pull that lever toward you to enter the containment area. Please step into the containment area to begin the security scan. Initiating DNA verification. DNA verified. Registration number 13576. Identified as bounty hunter Samus Aran. Preparing biohazard. approach the scan terminal. Scan complete. No hazardous material detected. Samus, you are cleared for the command bridge.
Galactic Federation data file BB-001, Olympus-class battleship. The Olympus-class battleship is the first Federation capital ship designed to use an onboard Aurora unit. They are the flagships of the fleets they serve in, usually commanded by an officer of flag rank. Battleships of this class have smaller crews than most ships of a similar size due to the presence of the Aurora unit. The space saved in crew support is used for more battle systems. The enormous vessels are powered by fuel gel, making the scarce commodity of extreme value to the Federation military.
Aren't you Samus Aran? It's an honor to meet you. Admiral Dane has ordered me to remind you that suit maintenance and data backup should be done before the meeting. There's a recharge station at the other side of the walkway.
Save station. Enter here to save your game and fully replenish your energy.
You're good to go. Admiral Dane is waiting inside.
Andreda, enough! Looks like everyone's here now. Before I begin the briefing, let me introduce 242, the flagship's Aurora unit.
Ah, an organic supercomputer. Fascinating. It's my understanding that the Galactic Federation's core network is comprised of such units.
That is correct, Core. And we serve as the network's master control. However, currently the network is down.
That seems inefficient.
But necessary. You see, 7 days ago we discovered that all Aurora units were infected with an unknown virus. We were forced to bring the network down. Fortunately, our scientists were quickly able to devise a vaccine.
Unit 242 was the first AU to receive the vaccine. We were able to completely purge the virus.
Where did this virus come from?
We believe the virus is of space pirate origin. 4 months ago, the GFS Valhalla went missing while on a training mission in the Klar Nebula. The ship's logs revealed that they were attacked by a space pirate raiding vessel.
What is the logic in disrupting a Federation training mission?
They're pirates. How could they resist a prize like that?
That never would have happened if I'd been there.
Then it's a shame you weren't. The pirates boarded the Valhalla and gained access to the ship's Aurora unit, 313. This is how they were able to hack into the network and plant the virus.
Thanks to our security protocols, we were able to shut down the network before the damage from the virus became irreversible.
But we're still vulnerable. If the pirates decide to launch a major offensive, we'd be hard-pressed to defend ourselves. We must rid the other AUs of that virus and bring the network back online. That's where you come in. We need you to deliver the vaccine to each of the AUs in this system. We'd also like you to investigate the pirates' activity in the area. We need to know what they're up to.
Condition red. All personnel to combat-ready stations. Repeat. Condition red.
Sir, a space pirate attack fleet has just warped out of some sort of wormhole. They're also heading for Sector 0, the planet's home base.
No, they're targeting the planetary defense system. Get down to the planet and aid the ground troops. Stop those pirates from disabling the defense system. Go! Samus, get to your ship. We need you down on the planet. Until we get the fleet in formation. Control fighter squad.
Morphology: Fleet Admiral Dane, commander of the GFS Olympus, the flagship of the GF Starfleet. Fleet Admiral Castor Dane is known for his utmost dedication to protecting the Federation from its enemies. He is stern and aggressive, and has a strong dislike for the space pirates. Rumor has it they orphaned him at an early age, an act he still seeks to avenge. There are a few places on this in this section where you can earn some extra credits and a friend voucher, and they all involve saving troopers. Morphology: Pirate Militia, expendable infantry units, lightly armed and armored. The pirates have not enhanced all of their fighting forces. They continue to use militia units in battle. These groups are made up of slaves and criminals, and do not receive the phase-on enhancements given to regular army troopers. They are surprisingly obedient to the upper castes within the pirate military. Rumor has it that disobedient militia members often find themselves as dinner for regular army troopers. Here's the first batch of troopers you can save. And here's the second.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Get down to your ship. Go!
Vehicle: Space Pirate boarding pod. These light craft are used to pierce the bulkheads of larger ships. Pirate boarding pods are crude, even by their standards. They are composed of an A-ish propulsion drive, a cramped crew transport module, and a nose cone packed with high explosives. The pilot guides the pod toward the target ship, then ramps it, detonating the explosives upon impact in an attempt to breach the hull. If a breach is created, the crew within exits the pod. Of course, mishaps occur. Sometimes the explosives go off prematurely, exposing the crew to vacuum. Other times the detonation fails to occur, leaving the pod to bounce off the target's hull. The shielding between explosives and crew is substandard, and often fails to protect the crew from the explosion. The pod's nickname of Space Coffin is well earned. Through this door, you can get a friend voucher. See that little doohickey on top of the big door? Apparently the secret to saving him is don't move forward. Morphology: Armored Pirate Militia. Expendable armored infantry units, susceptible to explosive attacks. Members of the Armored Pirate Militia have been granted lightweight armor suits for combat use. While this provides some additional resistance to beam weapons, they are still vulnerable to explosive attacks. Members of the Armored Pirate Militia are mostly inept soldiers who have yet to die in combat. Mechanoid Crawl Mine. Mobile explosive drone. Detonates on contact. Crawl mines are not terribly bright and rely on suicide strikes as their main form of attack. They were designed to patrol small areas such as ventilation shafts and maintenance tunnels. Though relatively harmless alone, they can be dangerous in large numbers. Best to scan these guys here, but if you miss them, they will crop up again much later. So, best to just get them now while you can. Mechanoid Crawl Tank. small mobile weapon platform. Lightly armored, well armed. Crawl tanks are mobile, ground-based defense drones, but are easily destroyed by standard weapon fire. They can be equipped with different cannons, including a phazon beam system. They are not built for sustained combat and are better suited for light patrol and security roles. Device, bomb slot. Unit is active and ready for use. Use a morph ball bomb to operate. Bomb slots are powered system control units. To use, insert the morph ball into the slot and detonate a bomb. This will transfer energy from the slot to the device connected to it. Mechanoid Aeromine. Flying anti-personnel unit. Drops shield to fire weaponry. Aeromines suffer from a design flaw. Their shield Aeromines suffer from a design flaw. Their shield and beam weapon units use the same power source, allowing only one to function at a time. This exposes the unit to damage when it fires at enemies. Aeromines were originally designed to take the role of sentry for space pirates, but have since been put to use in combat as well. Because of the initial design flaw, these units do not pose much of a threat. After the executions of the first design team, the new pirate designers swore to correct this flaw with great haste. You want a real quick and easy way to deal with Aeromines? Just turn into the morph ball and roll beneath them.
That was too close. Thanks, Samus. The hangar is just through those doors. I'm sure the troops on the ground can use all the help they can get. There's also a recharge station over there in case you need it.
And that's the last trooper you can save on the Olympus. Morphology: Berserker Lord. Phasite plating on its head can only be destroyed by projectiles it fires. Berserker Lords are highly resistant to damage. Their shoulders are the only unprotected area vulnerable to standard weapon fire. Their main defense lies in their head-mounted phasite plating, which can only be destroyed by the projectiles it fires. Berserker Lords are a desperate measure, designed to exploit Phazon as much as possible. The few Berserker Knights that survive the highest level of corruption are promoted to Lord status. Lords are distinguished by their ornate phasite plating and the Phazon reserves they carry on their backs. This particular bit took me forever to figure out, because I am an idiot, quite frankly. It's talking about phasite, the Phazon projectiles that it fires, so clearly you want to make sure that the projectiles it fires hit the Berserker Lord. What I couldn't figure out for ages was how you go about doing that. And as true of most solutions that idiots like me tend to miss, it's very simple. Do as Peppy Hare say, and just shoot, Fox!
situation doesn't look good. The pirate attack has knocked out our generators and disabled the planetary defense system. This cannon was our only weapon capable of taking out orbiting ships. We need you and the other hunters to get the generators back online and restore power to the cannon so we can repulse this assault. I'm uploading the generator coordinates to you now. Good hunting.
Galactic Federation data file NN-088, planet Norian. Though located on the fringe of the Federation, the planet Norian is of great importance. The military maintains a strong presence in the sector, and the base on Norian is often the first line of defense against enemies that operate outside of GF space. Originally a barren orb incapable of sustaining life, a sophisticated terraforming project designed by Aurora Unit 486 has turned Norian into a hardy forest world. Mounted blast shield. A strong pull should be enough to rip the lock from its brackets. Mounted blast shields are unique in that they often have a primary locking system. These systems commonly come in the form of multiple release locks that must be hit in a sequential order. Once this locking system is disengaged, the shield can be removed. Weapon fire is insufficient to damage the shield, but it can easily be torn off with a strong pull. Red blast shield is invulnerable to most weapon systems. Explosive damage may break it. Red blast shields contain high amounts of brimstone within their metals and are easily damaged by explosive blasts. Once shattered, the blast shield will remain destroyed. Galactic Federation data file GH-673. Hunter Gore. Subject is a Federation of the Liberation War of Wotan 7. Only 6% of Subject's birth body remains. The rest is state-of-the-art cyberware. Despite his career in heavy cybernetic modification, Subject is known for his high level of empathy and compassion. Gore is rather gentle and approaches situations logically, but is not the most skilled of fighters. Intel suggests he even has a sense of humor. Subject has often championed the weak, poor, and downtrodden, working for free or giving bounty money, easy for me to say, earned to the victims of his targets. Subject can merge his cybernetic body into larger mechanisms, including gunships and fighter craft. This merging will alter Gore's personality, and he will become incredibly aggressive and violent. Data indicates a high proficiency with computer infiltration and manipulation, high level of mechanical empathy with artificial intelligence. Galactic Federation data file RU-902, Hunter Rundus. Subject is a native of Phrygia, a moon of planet Bess 3 known primarily for ice mining. The Phrygian ability to manipulate and generate ice has come in handy in Subject's career as a bounty hunter. Intel suggests he enjoys hunting, to the point where he keeps trophies from all the targets he's successfully captured or killed in his career. Subject is proud, cocky, and arrogant, and considers himself without rival in his field. Galactic Federation data file GD/202, Hunter Gandrada. Subject homeworld unknown. Possesses metamorphic abilities similar to the biomorphs of Jovia 12. Can assume the form and abilities of most living things, including bioforms considerably larger than the subject. Scans are unable to determine subject's age, but Psych Eval suggests a high degree of youthfulness. Intel suggests that bounty hunting is akin to a sport for her, one she enjoys considerably. Subject perceives the veteran hunter Samus Aran as her chief rival, a rival she intends to surpass as soon as possible. Mechanoid Jump Mine, Anti-Personnel Unit. Rises in air and explodes once engaged. The jump mine was developed by the space pirates as a cheap alternative to an armed trooper. The jump mine scans its surroundings until it detects an enemy target. It then triggers a small thruster, jumping a set distance in the air. Once launched, its weapon pod is engaged, saturating the local area with fire. It explodes afterward to prevent use by enemy forces. Morphology: Pirate Trooper. Battle-ready and vicious, crudely enhanced by Phazon. The Space Pirate military forces continue to use Phazon, including a new Phazon enhancement system. Basic armament includes an assault rifle and energy sight, both powered by Phazon. EMP grenades are often employed against power-armored foes. A new dash jet system provides increased mobility. Morphology: Shield Pirate Militia. Battle Shield deflects attacks, but can be pulled with Grapple Beam. Some members of the Pirate Militia have been granted use of regular Army Trooper equipment. This unit has been given the Portable Battle Shield. Its portability, however, is its weakness. Remove it from the pirate's grip to eliminate its primary defense system. The shield is also susceptible... Damn cat. The shield is also susceptible to Phazon-based attacks. Morphology: Aero Trooper. Jetpack provides aerial mobility. Homing attacks recommended. Aero Troopers are dangerous foes, but their lack of armor leaves them vulnerable to explosive blasts. A weakness also lies in the jetpack. Igniting it will allow the pack to be separated from the pilot. They use twin remote attack pods, easy for me to say, to engage targets. The attack pods are capable of using a particle cannon or a helix missile pod. They can tap their Phazon power unit to warp from point to point. Vehicle: Space Pirate ATC. Well-armored transport. Forward vent is vulnerable. The Space Pirate Armored Tactical Carrier, or ATC for short, is surprisingly well-built and armored. A forward-mounted heat vent is its only vulnerable spot. Tri-beam cannons help the unit deal out damage while on missions. Designed for rapid transit to and from hot zones, the unit is not designed for long-term engagements. It has a relatively small fuel supply, a sacrifice made for heavier armament and armor.
command devices. You should now be able to remotely command your ship and land it here. Don't forget to perform suit maintenance and data backup if you need. Generator A is just through those doors. While you head that way, I'll activate the generator on the west side. Between the two of us, this should be a breeze.
Data received.
Mechanoid, Jolly Roger drone. Fast and fragile aerial drone. It fires bursts of phazon energy. The Jolly Roger drone is designed for quick aerial maneuvers, but this comes at the cost of survivability. The fragile armor of the unit is vulnerable to weapon fire of any type. The Jolly Roger is based on Federation tech, but has been considerably upgraded. Powered by phazon, the Mechanoid can be a serious threat in battle, especially in groups.
Samus, are you reading me? Something big is happening up here. What in the name of... Samus is heading right at you. That's why the pirates disabled the defense system. They intend to smash this thing into Norion. Get that cannon back online, or everyone down there is as good as dead.
I gotta get me one of those.
All clear. Samus, I'm with the PED Delta Squad.
What? What the fuck?
My phase-on enhanced weaponry should be able to hold off any more trouble. I'll guard this area while you head on to the next generator. What the heck is that?
Morphology: Federation PED Marine. Advanced armor suit is equipped with phase-on enhancement device. The Federation has created a system that utilizes phase-on to increase the power of the armor worn by Galactic Federation Marines. While active, the phase-on unit enhances the attack and defense systems of the armor suit. Morphology: Shield Pirate Trooper. Battle Shield deflects attacks, but can be pulled with grapple beam. The Space Pirates had developed a man-portable battle shield that is resistant to most small arms fire. Its portability is its weakness, however. It will remove it from the pirate's grip to eliminate its primary defense system. Phase-on-based attacks are capable of destroying the shield. Oh right, I forgot the claw mine showed back up here. My bad. So that's 2 opportunities that you'll have to scan them early on.
Megatron has finished bothering us. Go on ahead. I will stay here and protect the area. Proceed quickly to Generator C. And reactivate the defense system before we're all vaporized. Go on! Get out of here!
Our scans of the meteor have detected massive quantities of phason. It could be some sort of bomb.
South hub entrance secure.
White blast shield is invulnerable to most weapon systems. Alloy is weak to extreme cold. White blast shields are extremely resilient against all but cold-based attacks. The alloys within the shield will shatter immediately if exposed to extreme cold. Once broken, the blast shield will remain destroyed.
The meteor will enter the planet's atmosphere soon. There is no time to lose, Samus.
If you get out of this section without taking any damage, you get a friend voucher.
Samus, I was able to get Generator B back online. If you need any help. Here they come again.
Space Pirate Grey is definitely not my style. Machines aren't my thing either, so I'll let you get this generator back online. Thanks, Sammy.
Samus, our efforts to slow the meteor have failed. You must hurry.
I almost forgot about you after the last game. Morphology, Meta Ridley. Durable armor skin protects body. Fires plasma attacks from mouth. Target's body is covered with incredibly durable armor skin, making it difficult to damage. All parts of the body are protected except for the mouth, where Meta Ridley fires his plasma-powered weaponry. Observing target may reveal additional target points. Target will use powerful plasma-based ranged attacks, along with potent melee strikes. Very Lord of the Rings The Two Towers, that fight.
That was a little too hot for my liking. Well done, Samus. But now you owe me one. I already took care of Generator B, so I'll leave it to you to get this final generator back online. With that, we can activate the cannon. When you're done, head to the control room. I'll meet you there.
Attention all personnel. Meteor impact will occur in 4 minutes. Samus, all efforts to stop the meteor have failed. Now that the defense system is back online, it remains our last chance to stop the meteor. Report to the designated evacuation center.
Here it comes.
Samus, all efforts to stop the meteor have failed. Now that the defense system is back online, it remains our last chance to stop the meteor. You must get to the control tower and fire the defense cannon. We are uploading the location of the control tower to you now. Meteor impact in 2 minutes.
You're late. We were not to leave you behind.
Hunter Gandreda. Metamorphic bioform able to mimic numerous enemy units in battle. Gandreda possesses the metamorphic ability to assume the form and abilities of other creatures. This talent has led many to seek her out for stealth and reconnaissance missions, despite her powerful combat capabilities. Details on the subject's origins and age are unknown, but her unique traits have made her a sought-after hunter for missions. Hunter Rundus possesses the ability to generate and manipulate ice. Rundus is capable of generating and manipulating ice. This trait is common among inhabitants of the moon Phrygia, but Rundus is one of the few who have used this ability for bounty hunting. Subject is known for getting results, but considers himself without peer. His arrogant demeanor has led him to mainly seek solo missions and rarely work with others.
If we don't make it to the top in time, we can kiss this planet goodbye.
Hey, relax. We're the good guys. Justice will prevail and all that stuff. Right, Samus?
Here, let's do this.
She's coming too. Can you hear me, Samus? Vital signs are stable. Welcome back, Samus. You've been asleep for quite some time. A month, to be exact. We feared we'd lost you. Thanks to your great work, Norion is now safe. At the end of the battle, we found you and the other hunters all unconscious. Our medical examinations then yielded surprising results. Your bodies are now, somehow, self-generating Phazon. What's even stranger is that there are no negative effects to your health. This led us to investigate if we could make effective use of this Phazon. During the invasion on Norion, you must have noticed some powerful troopers in new suits. They were wearing what we call Phazon enhancement devices, or PEDs. We integrated this same Phazon enhancement device into your armor while repairing your damaged bodysuit. Troopers wearing this device have Phazon pumped to their weapons from an external backpack. This gives them an extra boost in firepower. But in your case, think about it. With this Phazon coursing through your body, you can fuel the PED using your own internal energy. Pretty effective, don't you think? Why don't you try the PED now? Seal the room. Initiate PED program.
Recharging energy reserves. Training complete.
You must have noticed during this test that hypermode possesses devastating power. Over the past month, we've learned the hard way just how powerful our enemies are. To deal with them, you'll need the firepower of the PED suit. Make good use of it. Now that you are familiar with the workings of the PED device, the Aurora Unit 242 would like to meet with you. There are many pressing matters to discuss. The AU chamber is located just off the command bridge. You'd better get going. Good luck. Oh, and one more thing. After 25 seconds, the safety feature automatically ends hypermode. You'll have to keep paying attention.
Galactic Federation data file PX-013, Phazon enhancement device. I guess I'll read that other one next. Galactic Federation data file PD/001, Phazon. Phazon is a substance of extragalactic origin. It is a highly radioactive ore with extreme mutagenic properties. It has certain biological qualities, including the ability to reproduce itself. Exposure to Phazon often affects the brains of sentient beings, causing erratic destructive behavior. It is also a potent source of energy, surpassing even fuel gel in pure output potential. It must be handled carefully, as it can cause Phazon sickness if used incorrectly. The Phazon enhancement device is designed to harness the energy of Phazon minerals, originally discovered on Ether, for a new Federation weapon system. It is being tested by a GF Marine battalion stationed in the Norion system. Marines can initiate an energy siphon from a supply of Phazon carried in a backpack into their armor suits. This allows them to temporarily enhance the exoskeletal and weapon systems of their armor suits. To date, no Marines have displayed signs of Phazon sickness.
Please proceed through these doors and up the lift. The Aurora unit is expecting you.
Samus Aaron entering A2 lift area. Security clearance 5 granted.
Clearance confirmed, G5. Opening chamber vault.
Welcome, Samus Aran. Let us begin. Time is most critical. During the attempted pirate invasion of Norian, it was confirmed that 2 nearby planets were similarly attacked. These planets were named Brio and Elysia. These Leviathans have impacted and embedded themselves deep into each planet, spreading a virulent phazon carried inside their bodies. The Leviathans must be destroyed. 2 weeks ago, we dispatched Runtus to Brio, Gore to Elysia, while Gandreda was sent to locate the space pirate stronghold. Like you, they were outfitted with PED devices in order to confront this new threat. We lost contact with all of them 7 days ago, and fear the worst. In their absence, we need you to travel to these planets and finish their missions. The closest planet is Brio. This will be your first objective. Please be on the lookout for any clues that might help us understand what happened to Runtus and the other hunters. Good luck. Samus, the fleet is now moving to the rendezvous location. You will no longer be able to dock with us from this point forward. Rest assured, we will keep communication lines open and supply you with information when necessary. Good luck on Brio.
Mature cache plant has fully developed bark that only heavy beams and explosives can damage. Mature cache plants are used for storage by Brio natives. Unlike the younger versions, these had developed a thick bark that is only vulnerable to heavy weapon fire. Object identified as cache plant, used by Brionians to store field supplies and vital gear. The Reptilicus use cache plants as a means to store supplies. Shooting them with any weapon will reveal their contents.
Samus, the Leviathan seed is protected by an energy shield. You will not be able to reach it with that barrier active. We need more data to determine how the shield can be disabled. You are near the wreckage of a downed Federation vessel. If you can use the satellite uplink on the ship, you may be able to access information concerning the seed. Prepare to receive the ship's coordinates now.
This heavy stone door contains a low-level energy shield that can be disrupted by any weapon. Brio doors are carved from heavy stone native to the planet. Each door has been designed with a low-level energy shield. Shooting the shield with any weapon will open the door. Morphology: Gragnall. Lack of exoskeleton makes it agile but weak to most weapons. Gragnalls are vulnerable to most weapons, as they have not developed the durable exoskeleton found on adult members of the species. They often travel and attack in groups. If they sense a nearby threat to their hives, they will not hesitate to advance. Their offensive capabilities are underdeveloped, leaving the ability to fire pulses of phazon energy their only form of attack. Small Brio coffers can be destroyed by weapon fire. Outer plating appears fragile. Small Brio coffers were designed to be easily transported. Their outer plating is lightweight and vulnerable to standard weapon fire. Morphology, Phazon Night Barb. Group forms powerful attack, but it can be overloaded to destroy them. Phazon Night Barbs have enhanced aerial mobility that makes them all but impossible to hit with normal shots. The group will work together to create a powerful energy burst that they will fire at their prey. Detonating the energy charge with normal attacks before it fires should destroy them. Phazon Night Barbs are the result of Night Barbs being exposed to Phazon radiation. These mutations look similar to their uncorrected counterparts, but are characterized by their greatly increased offensive and defensive capabilities. Morphology, Gel Puffer. Consumes and emits fuel gel fumes. Explodes when ruptured. Exposure to fuel gel has left the shell of the gel puffer highly susceptible to weapon fire. Gel puffers have come to rely on the toxic vapors given off by fuel gel for sustenance. They process these gases and then expel the excess to stay afloat. The brittle shell of the puffer, while durable in appearance, is rather thin and easily damaged. Morphology, Shellbug. Attacks by firing Phazon spines. Soft body is vulnerable to attack. Shellbugs are slow-moving, roaming insects whose soft bodies are easily damaged. Until they reach maturity, they will not develop their phasite shell. Unable to retract into a shell to avoid damage, they must aggressively attack any potential threat. They will extend sharp spines to fend off attackers or propel these spines at enemies. Morphology, Hopper. Attacks with razor-sharp talons. Pounces from a distance. These aggressive insectoids use small hops to get within striking distance and then pounce, using their talons to tear away at their prey. From a distance, they will fire bursts of venom at their target. Despite their aggressive nature, they are somewhat fragile and can be easily dispatched. Because of this, they will commonly hunt in packs. Large Brio coffers contain energy and weapon supplies, only damaged by heavy weapon fire. Large Brio coffers were originally designed to store items and supplies in locations where cache plants wouldn't survive. Their hardened plating makes them resistant to all but the heaviest of weapon fire. Morphology: Reptilicus Hunter. Target can generate a personal cloaking field around its body. Phazon Corruption has granted Reptilicus Hunters the ability to cloak themselves. They use this to their advantage and will hide or move positions while cloaked to gain the upper hand in combat. Reptilicus Hunters are fairly organized despite their primitive nature. Usually attacking in small groups, they patiently wait for their prey to become isolated in a locked area before attacking. Their weaponry consists of an energy whip for close-range assaults and a throwing shotgun for long-range attacks. They have adapted to the harsh climates of Brio and are quite resistant to fuel gel and heat-based attacks. Brionian data translated. Entry: Age of Science. The ships of Brio sped to the stars in all directions, bearing the banner of peace. Soon we found stellar brethren in the Chozo, Voluminov, and the Ela. Starborn knowledge came to Brio, and we gladly sent our wisdom to our new friends in return. The hearts of Brio were filled with pride, and they honored the Lords of Science for all the wonders we provided. As the time of new Brio came to be, the old ways faded. The cries of joy from those who honored science covered the angry shouts of those who mourned the old ways, the primal traditions. Just from that one piece alone, you can already see where this whole section of lore is going. Morphology: Snatcher. Works with a Corva to feed. Vulnerable to concussive blasts. Snatchers are cunning, albeit weak, bioforms. Unable to kill most prey on their own, they rely on the stronger Corva to do the work for them. Snatchers will swarm onto a target until it is overwhelmed. Once they have their prey, They use their power to levitate, lifting the victim to a point where the Corva can devour them. What the Corva cannot digest, it expels to feed the Snatchers. This symbiotic relationship works well for both Snatchers and the Corva. Morphology: Corva. Works with Snatchers to feed. Vulnerable to concussive blasts. The Corva is a vicious, resilient bioform. It prefers to lurk above its hunting grounds, waiting for prey. The Corva relies on the smaller Snatchers to levitate victims to a point where the Corva can devour them. What the Corva cannot digest, it expels to feed the Snatchers. This symbiotic relationship works well for both Corva and Snatchers. Scan complete. Target is a viable attach point for the grapple beam. To use the grapple swing, lock onto the grapple swing point with Z. Release Z to let go. You can fire your weapons while attached to a grapple swing point. Morphology: Reptilicus. Teleports across short distances. Highly aggressive and territorial. Scans indicate a mutation that allows the Reptilicus to teleport over short distances, commonly used as a combat tactic to corner and trap their prey. The Reptilicus appear to suffer from phazon corruption, and all higher thought processes have been replaced by savage bloodlust. This corruption has also increased their resistance to heat-based attacks and fuel gel. Morphology: atomic. Corporeal energy that sloughs explosive segments of its form. Atomics are creatures composed entirely of energy. A strong energy blast is adequate to destabilize the atomic and cause it to explode. They are sustained by their core, which generates a constant supply of electricity. When an abundance of energy has been produced, the atomic will discharge a section of its body in the form of an explosive projectile. When near sources of energy or of an opposite polarization, the atomic will respond aggressively.
Samus, the satellite data has revealed two distinct energy signatures. They must be supplying power to the siege shield. If these targets are eliminated, the shield will be removed. We are uploading the location of each energy signature and nearby landing sites.
Morphology: Alpha Hopper. Spits venom at prey from a distance. Uses talons in close-range battle. Alpha Hoppers are characterized by their unique color and durable hide. They are highly territorial and will attack any creature who wanders too close to their nests. When hunting in packs, they will often keep their distance while others move in to attack at close range. Like all hoppers, their legs end in sharp talons and can be used to shred through any prey that gets close enough. Brionian data translated. Entry: Age of Schism. In time, the wonders of science were not enough for those who held the primal traditions in their hearts. The warnings of the Chozo, to seek balance between old and new ways, were not heeded by the lords of science, myself included. We forged on, ignorant of the rage in the hearts of the primals. The time came when Sphemus, first lord of science, denounced the primals and their traditions in the center of the royal city. It was as flame to a dry forest. The age of science ended, and the age of schism was born.
Samus, we just received very abnormal readings from your life support systems. Are you okay? As a precaution, we are downloading the diagnostic data from your suit to further analyze this situation. We will contact you again if we have any more information.
Morphology: Warp Hound. Teleports over short distances. Vulnerable to cold-based attacks. Warp Hounds are susceptible to low-temperature attacks due to the nature of their thermal energy-driven biosystem. They are often used by Reptilicus as guards and hunt beasts. They consume fuel gel to survive, and can expel blasts of converted thermal energy to attack and defend. The creatures can teleport over short distances, disrupting many forms of electronic targeting in the process. Brionian data translated. Entry: Age of War. In the beginning, the conflicts were small, out of sight for most on Brio, but they grew, slowly but as steady as the coming of the sun. Diplomacy gave way to brutality, and war came to our world. The Lords of Science turned their minds from exploration to destruction, and unleashed horrors unknown upon their primal enemies. In retaliation, the Primals turned to the darkest of ancient powers, cursing us, the Science Lords, and all who served our cause. Friends from the stars tried desperately to end the conflict, all in vain. The people of war would not be denied. Morphology: Gragnol adult. Resistant to most weaponry. Physical stress can destroy it. The large tail that characterizes Gragnol adults is also their weakness. If pulled with enough force, it will tear them apart. An explosive blast will temporarily incapacitate them, making them easier to target. They possess the ability to generate an energy shield around their bodies, preventing beam shots from damaging them. They are cunning predators, flying through their turf in search of unwary prey. They use bursts of phazon energy to overwhelm their targets, and then swoop down to finish them. Maturity has provided them with a very durable exoskeleton. Morphology: Phazon Pillbug. Generates shield for defense, disrupted by concussive blasts. Pillbugs are commonly found in small spaces, often making traveling through tunnels troublesome. Bombs are effective against them, however. They are underground vermin, able to energize their hard-shelled bodies with Phazon. Once charged, they will roll into a defensive shape and charge their enemies. Well, that's embarrassing. Structure identified. Grab ledge. Jump forward to grab onto ledge and automatically pull yourself up. Certain ledges are composed of unique magnetic alloys that react to your suit. By jumping toward and grabbing onto them, a surge of energy will course through your suit and allow you to pull yourself up. Ledges that shimmer green are able to be grabbed onto. Also, in this version, apparently, after you get out of the Aurora unit chamber on the GFS Olympus, there's an extra creatures entry that gets added to your logbook automatically.
So that was a fucking lie.
Didn't mean to take a swim in the fuel gel. Morphology: gel bug. Phasite shell infused with fuel gel. Explodes when shot. Gel bugs are roaming insects encased in organic phasite. These cavern-dwelling bugs have come to rely on fuel gel as a source of sustenance. Over time, their shells have become saturated and crystallized with fuel gel. As a result, their bodies have become highly unstable. Weapon fire will disrupt the gel and cause the creature to detonate. Large space pirate crates have durable plating. Use of force is required to access their contents. Large space pirate crates are made of durable materials. Only heavy weapon fire will damage them. Destroy them to discover their contents. Morphology: armored pirate trooper, covered with a thin layer of armor, susceptible to explosive attacks. Armored pirate troopers are equipped with a standard armor suit. It provides adequate protection against beam attacks, but is vulnerable to explosive blasts. They are outfitted with all the basic pirate armaments. This includes an assault rifle and energy scythe, both powered by Phazon. EMP grenades are often employed against power-armored foes. A new dash jet system provides increased mobility. Morphology: Rundus. Ice armor protects body, but could be ripped off if he was stunned. Phazon exposure has greatly enhanced Rundus and his ability to generate ice, making him deadly at any range. His durable ice armor has one weak point: the neck. Serious physical stress can weaken and remove it, exposing Rundus to attack. This weak point cannot be seized as long as Rundus is active. He can create frozen objects at will and can freeze missiles in mid-flight. Smaller ice-based projectiles can be shot down, but it is recommended to evade larger attacks. Be advised, Rundus can trigger a hyper mode state, elevating his threat level to match your own. Hazard identified. Fuel gel. Substance is highly volatile. Contact with gel can cause damage. Fuel gel is used to power most modern starships in the cosmos. It is extremely rare, and worlds that produce it tend to be quite prosperous. The exception to this is planet Brio, a Federation protectorate, and the largest supplier of fuel gel. Proceeds from Brionian gel sales go directly to the Federation military forces, protecting that sector of space. The sheer value of fuel gel is very attractive, and has led to an uprise in piracy over the last 20 years. Today, raids on gel transport convoys are common, especially in frontier regions of space. The Galactic Federation has increased anti-piracy operations, and planets with fuel gel resources are protected by Federation fleets and ground forces. Morphology: Scorch bug. Tiny insects that feed on fuel gel. Explode when shot. Scorch bugs are exclusively found on fuel gel producing worlds such as Brio. The tiny insects subsist entirely on the volatile gel. Like many creatures with this diet, they have taken on the ignitable characteristics of their food source. When shot with any type of weaponry, they burst into a small explosion, leaving behind only a scorch mark. It is from this trait that they have earned their name. Morphology: Gel Ray. Passive bioform native to Brio. Lives within pools of fuel gel. Gel rays are non-aggressive bioforms native to Brio. They are one of the few creatures who make their home within the caustic pools of fuel gel. The unique exterior and shape of the gel ray allow it to withstand and glide through rivers of gel. Their main source of sustenance is small organisms that exist within fuel gel, but they are known to occasionally leap out to feed on insects that fly near the gel's surface. Brionian data translated. Entry: Downfall. Look now to the time of battle, tribe against tribe. See fertile lands swept clean of all living things by arcane nightmares or the hellish blasts of science. See the giant stone Moganars do battle, destroying the land with their titanic blows, and hear the undying scream of a planet racked by darkest war. The battles waged endlessly, and the resources needed to sustain our war machines were great. Brio, too, had become a casualty of the war. The air was filled with the smoke of battle, and the soil soaked with the toxins of pollution. Calamity after calamity visited the folk of Brio, until a world once known for wonders became a scarred husk under the stars. Only a small region remained habitable, and to it the survivors went, bringing the war with them.
Clearly, this is the source of the energy signature we detected. This generator is supplying power to the Leviathan's protective shield. You will be unable to destroy the generator with your current weapons. You must find a weapon capable of penetrating the generator's heavy armor.
Morphology: Bryonian shriekbat. Aggressive ceiling dweller that dive bombs approaching organisms. One of the many types of shriekbats found across the solar system, the Bryonian shriekbat behaves similarly to all of its cousins. Shriekbats will nest in small groups and make their home in a sheltered environment. Dwelling on the top of caverns and ruins, the shriek will hunt nearby insects and small creatures for food. Once a nesting area has been found, it will be fiercely protected from any intruder. The territorial shriekbat will dive bomb any creature that wanders too close, no matter what the size.
discovered a Federation
You were saying?
Samus, we have discovered a Federation landing site on Rio. You may be able to use this facility to upgrade your ship. We are sending the coordinates to you now. Samus, we have uncovered more information regarding your condition. It appears that once activated, the unique phazon inside your body overreacts after several seconds. We did not foresee this problem when we gave you the PED, and unknowingly, we put you in grave danger. We are sorry. Please be aware that it will not be possible to counter Dark Samus without the PED. You must be careful in using it. In the meantime, we will continue to investigate this unique phazon.
Hostile life forms detected. Initiating security lockdown. Hostile life forms detected. Initiating security lockdown. Initiating security lockdown.
Energy Cell, used as a power source in Federation technology. Energy cells were designed as a portable power source for the Federation. Their high power to weight ratio makes them ideal for powering a wide variety of equipment. Throughout the environment, you may encounter stations that contain an energy cell. Removing the cell will leave these stations permanently offline. You will then be able to place the collected energy cell into a new station that is empty. Your collected and used energy cells are recorded in your inventory.
Data received.
Morphology: armored aerotrooper, covered with a thin layer of armor, susceptible to explosive attacks. Armored aerotroopers are deployed in harsh combat zones. Their armor is resilient, but susceptible to explosive blasts. In battle, they use twin remote attack pods to engage targets. They're equipped with a particle cannon and a helix missile pod. They can tap their phazon power unit to warp from point to point. A weakness lies in the jetpack. Ignite and separate it from the pilot to advance to neutralize the target.
Data received.
Morphology: Advanced Shield Trooper. Battle Shield deflects attacks, but can be pulled with grapple beam. Advanced Shield Troopers wear an extra layer of ablative armor. It is susceptible to explosive attacks. In addition to their armor, they wield a portable battle shield. While the shield provides excellent protection against incoming fire, it can also be easily ripped off. Phazon-based attacks are capable of destroying the shield. This is a one-way shortcut to the Imperial Hall. Taking it will get you a friend voucher. Space pirate crates are used to store additional weapon and energy supplies for troops. Space pirate crates are mainly used as storage units by pirate troops. They will often contain energy supplies and ammunition. Standard weapon fire is capable of destroying them. Morphology: Assault Pirate Trooper. Armor deflects missile attacks. Vulnerable to beam weapons. The Assault Pirate Troopers are some of the best the pirate military has to offer. They are heavily armored and are resistant to most attacks. Their unique armor will deflect all missile fire, but is still damaged by beam attacks. Basic armament includes an assault rifle and energy sight, both powered by phase-on. EMP grenades are often employed against power-armored foes. A new dash jet system provides increased mobility. Morphology: Advanced Pirate Trooper. Armor resistant to beam attacks. Vulnerable to explosive blasts. Advanced Pirate Troopers wear an additional layer of a blade of armor. Explosive attacks are recommended to break the armor away. Basic armament includes an assault rifle and energy sight, both powered by phase-on. EMP grenades are often employed against power-armored foes. A new dash jet system provides increased mobility. Morphology: Berserker Knight. Phasite plating can be destroyed by the same phase-on attacks it fires. A Berserker Knight's phasite armor must be removed before the unit can be damaged. Only the phazon-based projectile attacks the creature fires can destroy it. The Berserker Knight serves as a shocking example of the lengths the space pirates will go to in the quest for dominance. Heavily mutated by phazon exposure, the unit is nearly mindless, driven by battle lust. Morphology: Pirate Hussar, rider of the vicious Korak, wields energy lance in combat. Hussars are unusually brave for space pirates, willing to ride the deadly Korak beast into combat. Their phazon energy lances are deadly at any range. Hussars and their mounts have a strange bond. If a Hussar is slain, his Korak will fight to avenge his death. Morphology: Korak beast. Tongue and mouth are sensitive, belly sometimes vulnerable from the ground. Koraks are prized by the space pirates, who use them as cavalry mounts. Their belly is occasionally vulnerable, but guarded from all sides. Finding a way to get underneath it and attacking would be effective. Nerve endings in the tail can be stressed through grappling, but only when the tail is extended. The interior of a Korak's mouth, as well as the tip of their tongue, contains sensitive nerve clusters. Attacking these points could temporarily incapacitate the creature. They can emit phazon energy through their feet and tongue. The phasite armor they wear will repel most damage. Brionian data translated. Entry: The Hunted. Sorry. The Primals crafted new magics to protect their warriors, and sent them into the burning wastelands to hunt the Lords of Science hiding there. Though we tried to avoid conflict, many Science Lords were found and ended by primal war bands. I was but the sole survivor, the last remaining Lord of Science. In order to protect myself, I adopted the wisdom once shared by the Chozo. I merged the ways of the new, science, with the ways of old, magic. I built mighty Morganars out of stone, and placed them outside the walls of my home, there to silently protect me from all enemies.
Data received. Samus, there are 2 anti-aircraft turrets protecting the generator. Your ship will not be able to get a clear shot while those guns are active.
Mechanism: Remorse-class turret. Space pirate defense system. Susceptible to explosive blasts. Fast targets can evade the limited targeting system of the Remorse turret. The space pirates have replaced their dated Humility turrets with a new unit designed by top engineers. Powered by Phazon, the Remorse unit is capable of withstanding more damage than the earlier model. Door has low-level energy shield. Any weapon fire can disrupt the shield and open the door. Space pirate doors are based on stolen Federation technology. They all include a low-level energy shield that will open the door when shot. Blue-colored shields can be shot with any type of weapon. Phazon fungus grows only in highly corrupted regions, vulnerable to weapon fire. The soft bodies of Phazon fungus are easily damaged by weapon fire. These organisms are commonly found in areas that are highly concentrated with Phazon. The growths can be highly destructive and will feed on any organic matter. As the fungus grows, it corrupts the surrounding area further and will continue to spread out. See that lever this aero troop is pulling back? There are 3 of them around this area. If you can pull all 3 without any of them being pulled back into off position, you get a friend voucher. Like so.
Data received.
The destruction of the generators has disabled the vital shield. The seed is now exposed. You must fly there and find a way to destroy it.
Door has low-level energy shield. Any weapon fire can disrupt the shield and open the door. Leviathan doors function in the same way normal doors do. Shooting the energy shield will cause the bone plates to retract and allow you to walk through. Morphology: Moganar, ancient reptilicus war golem. Orbs appear to be source of power. Corrupted war golem reanimated and energized with phazon. relies on socketed energy orbs as a source of power. The orbs themselves have a fragile exterior, but contain pure phazon energy within. This energy must be completely overloaded before it will be destroyed. Eliminating all power sources is the only way to bring Morganar offline.